That's a lot of nuts!
Getting me to unmute early, dang. Thank you for the raid, Callie. I'm going to continue making my very slow posts, but it's much appreciated. I'll get started here in a few minutes. can't believe Jimpu would just come in here and streak through my stream. Good morning. Callie, thanks again for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Against Me is fantastic. I love them. Anybody who has actually heard of them before is my new best friend. That's fair, Jimpu. You gotta air everything out before you wash away the filth. Ash, please stop chewing on your ass. Hello, good morning. I have no idea what I want to play today. I definitely did not fuck up my hand playing Atomic Crops yesterday. Um, Hilariously, I didn't listen to them for years, and then started at a job where it was a lot easier to watch things and or listen to music, and that's when I heard all the new stuff that's come out since I was a teenager and was like, oh, holy shit. Did you play any of it, Callie? Um, I mean, that was the way with a lot of music, but Against Me, for whatever reason, just like I was I was talking to somebody recently where I was like, two of my favorite bands are Against Me and Jawbreaker, and like most of the other music I listen to is like Weird Al. So it's a very strange array of music I enjoy, but yeah, fucking Against Me. I One of the bingo squares for my art streams is you don't change Against Me because you don't change Against Me. You have to listen to it because it's so good. Yeah, this playlist will play for a little bit while I'm chatting, so I'm sure some weird shit will come up. Um, yeah, you don't skip Against Me. Sorry. Sorry, Jimpu. Um, okay, Callie. I gotcha. Okay. I don't know what I want to play today. Fortunately, most of the games in my random list should be fairly. I do also enjoy some Modest Mouse. I think I made a miss the boat like reference joke in real life to somebody a couple weeks ago too. Yeah. Let people know you're neurodivergent without saying you're neurodivergent. Anyway, um, hopefully RNGesus will play nice and pick a game that won't murder my hand. Uh, but there's nothing in particular today that's okay. Pandora's just making me a liar in the sense that it's like, let's just play like punk and punk adjacent music all in a row. I'm much more, for the most part, I am much more of there are a handful of individual songs I enjoy rather than like, I've listened to all these albums. Against Me, Jawbreaker, and very few other groups are like, I universally, for the most part, like their music and have listened to all of their music. I am a lot more of a like early aughts Modest Mouse fan because that's when I did a lot more listening to shit and like seeking out stuff. At this point, I just listen to Pandora, and if something I like comes on, then I listen to it. Okay, I'm gonna do my choose thing and decide if that's what I want to play today. I've been having a hard time getting going this morning, so I'm working on my coffee. That's acceptable, I'll do that. I have to adjust the votes really fast, but then I shall be playing Goblin Cleanup. I'm slightly younger than you, but yeah, I also had a few like older friends that were a couple years older than me that would be like, "Hey, listen to this thing," and then I'd be like, "Okay," which is how I got into a lot of the music that I like was just slightly older friends being like, "Oh, listen to this thing." What the fuck am I doing? Goblin Cleanup. Okay, let me get this set up. I'm gonna say this right now before I get too much stuff set up is that if anybody in chat would be interested in joining me, please let me know and I will start an online game. Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of, oh god. I have a lot of, and still have a lot of Gen X friends. Like, I'm technically an elder millennial, but I spent a lot more time with elder Gen Xers, I guess. I don't even know. Or younger Gen Xers. Um, so I feel much more connected to them in that way, but I also feel like the lines are for those are drawn in ways that don't make a lot of sense to me. So yeah, okay, younger Gen Xers is who I typically connect better with. Yeah, I didn't start hearing millennials until like somewhat more recently. Okay. Enjoy the like 80 different sounds playing on top of each other while I sort this out. Well, and then I think I worked with mostly Zoomers at my last job, but I don't know, they're fine. Alright. I need to change the game I'm playing. I'm having a really slow morning. I'm very eepy. I had really weird dreams last night that were making me not have the most restful sleep. Yeah, exactly. I can hang out with whoever, they just need to not be a dickhead. Okay, chat, are we listening to Pandora today, or are we listening to game music? Which is just kind of ambient whatever. I'm going to pause Pandora. I know we were just getting to the peak of Total Eclipse of the Heart. You know what? We're gonna listen to Pandora, but I'm gonna do something first. I'm gonna restart Bingo so that I can have the song stuff in it, and then I will start. Oh my god, okay. This is really fun to do when I don't wear my glasses while streaming and can't read. Sorry, dog's freaking out. Thank you, Jimpu. They're having a time. Okay. I'm not gonna mark any of the music stuff yet because it was not active when I started this, but Pandora sometimes likes to behave, and sometimes it's like, hey, what if we just gave you something real weird and out of left field? But that's why there's a bingo square for that. Okay. I'm gonna play single player for now. If anybody decides they want to join later, I will open up a lobby. By somebody, I mean Callie or Jimpu. In case that wasn't clear. Okay, let me see here. Alright. I need to look at my... Oh, no, I don't need to look at my achievement list because I'm going to be doing challenges. Dogs. My partner's leaving to run some errands. Oh shit, actually that reminds me, I need to text him about what I want for lunch, because he is going to pick up lunch when he comes back. And I wasn't confident he would remember what. Oh, I don't like that. My phone's blowing up, sorry. Pinto bean. Rice. And cheese burrito with sour cream. Okay. Lunch is... You got it. Oh yeah, no worries, Callie. I get it. Just wanted to throw it out there that if you wanted to join, I am open to it. Just need to know so I can set it up for edgy female body. I do like that one. Look at those pirate knee guards or something. They are new. I just love me a bean, rice, and cheese burrito. And this place in particular actually does the rice the way I like it, so... I had Oh, mama! Give, please. See what you did there. Okay. We're gonna be saving for the scythe. Also, yeah, case in point, my music is random. Okay. River! Anyway, the dogs are freaking out because partner leaving, and how dare he leave them forever for an hour while he goes to get his hair cut. Okay, what do I have to do here? Clean ferric grounds with 1 slime. That only works if you don't eat shit and die, which is what happens every time I do that. Clean Devil's Throat with a fire slime only. Clean Spiral Watchtower with the lights off. Restore the 3 baby spiders in less than 2 minutes. Oh, absolutely. You don't even need to bully me. Just be like, yo, you want to play some goblin cleanup? And unless I'm in the middle of something, I'm sure. Open shortcut without getting killed by the dragon. Clean indoor pool without freezing to death. God, all of these sound like a struggle. Okay, I think I'll do dining room. That seems like the easiest one to not fuck up. I'm beautiful, by the way, in case you didn't know. Oh, speaking of being beautiful. Gotta be thematically... There we go. Also, remembering controls is fun and... Okay, we are not gonna listen to Fall Out Boy, though. Sorry. Thank you. I spend way too much time making way too many of them. If you want to see me get real crazy, you'll want to come back in July. Okay, absolutely not. Sorry, I really hate this song. This is acceptable. I will be going back to my PNG Mutt thing where I make way too high effort tubers specifically for whatever game I'm playing that evolve over time. Okay. Oh, I just, you know, completely invalidate my ADHD meds by getting stoned off my ass all the time. I try to time it so that I don't actually need to get anything done unless it's art, in which case it's the perfect combination of I get weird art done and also can focus enough on it to finish things. Perfect. My friend actually referenced this the other day because I was going to say something to him about something, and then I immediately forgot because I was very stoned, and he was like, Afroman warned us about this, and I was like, yeah, and then I forgot because I got high, and he was like, okay, good point. That's not what I wanted. Nope. Excuse you. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm shocked by this turn of events. When I first started on the ADHD meds, I did definitely do ye old, I'm freaking myself out about heart meds, and thus, worrying I'm having heart issues because I'm freaking myself out, as one does. I've stopped doing that, in recent years. Oh my god, yeah, it has been years, hasn't it? Oh god. Where does time go? This year has both been the longest year in existence and also going very fast. Oof, yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, holy shit, it's already December, and then I'm like, it's still 2025. Like, all the stuff that happened this year was this year. Okay, I'm probably gonna turn the volume of the game down a smidge. Okay, I don't know where this chair goes. Vyvanse is fucking amazing. The generic is slightly less amazing, but better than nothing. You want me to... Okay. There we go. Yep! Yeah. I've gone between the name brand and the generic. I prefer the Vyvanse. I feel like it works a lot better for me. But I'd rather take the generic than nothing. My insurance keeps saying it doesn't want to cover Vyvanse. And then I keep getting it filled and they cover it. With my argument being sometimes they just don't have the generic because the generic's much more affordable. That's the treasure, that's the mimic. Let's not walk into it this time. So, you know, I'll just kind of take what is available, um, so I can avoid being tired and headachy. And, you know, not ever getting anything done. It's a little less urgent now that I'm not working a job, but it still makes it difficult to get things done during the day if I don't have it. Are you do not have to answer this if you do not want to. Are you also AFAB? Assigned female at birth, in case you're, like, people I know that are like, what the fuck does that mean? Yes. So that was my issue, is that I have not been officially diagnosed, but I am fairly certain I'm on the spectrum. And I got diagnosed with ADHD like 3 years ago. And a lot of that came from working with a much more neurodiverse group of people and realizing, like, oh, a lot of this sounds like me, that I always attributed to, like, oh, I'm just kind of weird. And it's like, oh, no, I actually, there's actually a reason for the way I am. Yeah, I was early 30s when I got the ADHD diagnosis, because I specifically seeked it out. But it's very underdiagnosed in people that are AFAB. Typically because who would think that people who are AFAB are really practiced at masking things. So, yeah, that's a lot of what I've seen, but also I think just so much of it is kind of brushing things off as, I don't know. I don't know what excuses my parents use for anything, because my mom was like, how did you function if you have ADHD when you were in school? And I was like, I don't know, I got really fucking good at faking it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, and I think that happens too, where because of it being a spectrum, I think if you aren't a person, not you, just the royal you, that has like clinical signs of some of the more extreme sections of the spectrum, it just kind of gets like dismissed as something else, or dismissed as like, I don't know, you're just kind of a weird kid, or whatever. Because, like, at least for me, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's part of the, like, because because AFAB folks are better at masking generally, and the symptoms present a little differently, it's really, really underdiagnosed. And like, tying into that, when I figured out I'm a non-binary, genderqueer, whatever you want to label it, a lot of that was like so many things growing up and things that I did and things that I thought make so much more sense having that knowledge. So when I started hanging out with much more neurodiverse people and being like, oh shit, you're basically describing me. And then I was like, oh, okay, like, with this knowledge, there are a lot of things that make a lot more sense to me. I think it's just a thing that either my parents specifically just kind of brushed off as like, I don't know, they're just a weirdo. Because for the most part, like when I've come out or had discussion, like when I came out or had discussions with people about various things, for the most part, people are like, yeah, okay, that actually like checks. Yeah. And my therapist, who was crafted specifically for me, don't mind me. Well, and that's the thing is that I, when I started thinking this and was like, maybe I should get diagnosed, was when I was like, I'm gonna forego that for now, but having discussions with my therapist about it, like, he's indicated that he also thinks that, but understands my not seeking a diagnosis at the moment. Like, part of me wants to, so that, because the other fun of... I can't believe I just fucking walked into the Mimic. Well, exactly. And especially being AFAB, it's so much a thing of being dismissed that it's kind of a, I don't know what the fuck I am, because this seems like a thing that fits, but then some rando on the street that is clearly an expert said I'm not, and so then it becomes a whole thing of not suring where I fit in, because that's happened so many times in my life that it's like having any level of validation is nice, which is part of why I wanted to seek a diagnosis. I'm not going to right now because I don't want to be put in a fucking concentration camp or whatever it is that RFK wants to do with the people he deems autistic. Hi, are you gonna pick that up? Without fucking breaking it? Yeah, that's totally fair, Jimpu. That it's like, it's not going to change anything if I do have one, but it will validate my feelings if I have one. So that's kind of it, is it's one of those things that I can point to and be like, you said I wasn't this, and this professional says I am, so fuck you, because I would have come out as not cis like 5 years before I did, and the reason I didn't was because I was talking to somebody about it and they were like, I don't think you're that, and then I was like, okay, and then didn't talk about it for 5 years. until I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure I am. Well, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly, Mendy. Like that, it's the same thing with me. And like, even my mom was like, "Are you sure you have ADHD?" And I'm like, "I'm pretty fucking sure I have ADHD." Like, when I did my whatever assessment shit for it, I scored incredibly high, and I'm like, yes, every single one of these things is very much me. And I've gotten better with medication. So, and the thing with ADHD medication is a lot of them don't work the same way if you don't have ADHD, which is why they're super controlled and a pain in the ass to get. Because white women in the 80s used them as diet medication. And yeah. Everything's gonna be alright. Also, hello, Mindy. I hope you're having a good day. All of us just in here having our gender fucky neuro conversations. Jimpu, Markov ADHD mentioned. Also against me. Yeah. Yeah, I really, really needed them at my last job, for a few different reasons. And it's helpful now to avoid falling into some of the worst symptoms of mine that really, really popped up during COVID. Of just never ever getting anything done. Because I need to make it clear that I can be useful around the house so I don't have to get a job. Especially since a bunch of the folks that got laid off with me were talking the other day about how some of them haven't even had one interview, and I'm like, I'm glad I just haven't applied anywhere, because that would be incredibly stressful to me to be applying, having to go through the process of looking for and applying to jobs to get nothing. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm medicated and I have a hard time getting commissions done. Me looking over at my 2 commissions that I still haven't finished and didn't work on yesterday. This is what happens when friends commission me, is I'm like, they're friends, I can take my time, and then 3 years later I still haven't done the commission. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there are certainly things that I'm just like, this isn't worth my effort to pursue or whatever. The only thing that I got really stressed about is that I'm just gonna apologize up front if you are a person with this diagnosis. Again, it's something that I feel like there's a wide range of ways that it can show up in people. I have just had a lot of really bad personal experience, but I've had several people suggest that I have borderline personality disorder, which stresses me out to no reason. I have heard from people that are more professional that they don't see it in me, but it stresses me out really bad because several of my experiences with people with that have been incredibly negative. Oh, yeah, Jimpu, I'll need to show you the one I'm working on because it is very much outside of what I normally do, so I very much wanted to start right away so I could tweak a lot of it until I felt okay with where it was at. Um, and then just haven't made time for it. But fortunately, the hand I fucked up is not my drawing hand, so I'll probably work on it today. But yeah, like, there's levels of pursuing things about myself just to know. Like, having an answer is really validating and or reassuring to me, but especially right now, it's not necessarily worth what the repercussions may be of having official boxes checked. Oh my god, I am so displeased with how fucking dark it is in this area and that the challenge is to do it without turning the lights on. Oh my god, thank you. Please. Enable altar. I've been doing okay with the ADHD stuff, fortunately, because that was the really big thing, is that during quarantine, I was not technically furloughed because I was still getting paid, but I didn't work for 8 months. Like, my work was closed to the public for 8 months, and I had a job that involved working with the public, so I didn't work. And then when we did reopen, I didn't go back because my partner is high risk, and my work was technically part of a department that was able to get vaccines early, but my partner was not in a position to get one. So I worked from home doing like admin work for my department for, oh god, probably an additional 8 months. But the kind of bad news bears stuff that went on was mostly that having the possibility of returning to work hanging over my head at all times made me just do nothing. I didn't get anything done because everything shut down while I was at the end of vacation for my anniversary. So I was already in vacation brain, and vacation brain is like, you don't have to clean or keep up with anything, and you have no responsibilities. So the super incredibly strict routine I had for everything that kept my ADHD in check went out the window, and I'm still in the process of trying to recover from that. Like, it's still an issue. Yeah, I got mine, I think around the same time, actually, as you did, Jimpu. And I got it, but I still was exempt from going back to work at the office because of my partner. Which even getting that was a huge ordeal. Because we needed stuff from his doctor, and his doctor was like, I don't write notes for COVID. And he's like, well, it's not for me, it's for my partner going back to work. And they're like, we don't write notes for COVID, they need one from their doctor. And he's like, no, but I'm the one that's high risk. So we were able to get his doctor to write a note saying what his diagnosis was and what medication he was on, and that worked. That was enough for our medical services to say that yes, I could work from home. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, no, he works a job where he could work from home full time, and he did for a really long time. Even once I started working there and I was made to work in the office, he was still working from home full time. Which was nice because our dogs are used to us being. Hold on a second. Sorry, I hear River downstairs crying because, oh my god, Daddy left her forever. But I'm too lazy to go down and grab her. Well, and that's the thing, because I had the completely correct paranoia that I might get laid off, and had been planning for that for years. I knew that, okay, if I get laid off and I don't go into it with a plan of this is what I'm going to do with my time, I'm going to get nothing done, and it's going to be a problem. Like, I'm just going to fall straight back into not doing anything. So I prepared myself for being a functional human being if I lost my job. Which worked out great, because then I got laid off and already had a plan of this is what I plan to do with myself. That otherwise would have been me doing nothing for several weeks and then never doing anything again with my life. And it's been okay. I'm a little worse with getting chores done because chores suck. So, Mandy, obviously it's kind of different for everybody, and a lot of it depends on how good you are at sticking with stuff. I found a pretty reasonable free, like, to-do list app. The thing I wanted was, if I say I want to do this thing every 10 days, I want it to be when I mark it off that I have done it, it will remind me in 10 more days, not I put it on the list on Monday, but I didn't do it until Wednesday, and then 10 days from Monday it tells me to do it. That's not what I wanted. I want it to be, okay, I got this chore done, so the appropriate amount of time between when I did it and the next time I need to do it is accurate. So I have my list, and I don't always do the entire list. I will kind of look at it and be like, okay, what do I feel up to doing? What do I think I can do today? And then I just reschedule everything else for the next day and do the same thing. And I try to not get super duper fiddly with some of the tasks so that I can't believe I fucking walked into the Mimic a second time. So I try to avoid being ultra super strict on myself because that's what I used to do, and it was frankly probably really unhealthy. Um, because it was so rigid. Um, but I think having okay, this is the list of stuff that's due to be done, and then allowing myself the flexibility to put things off if I don't feel like it, I just have to hold myself accountable for doing it at some point. So that has helped it tremendously with getting myself to actually do things. Plus, the app is really nice because if you do a certain number of tasks per day, it like cheers at you. So I get positive reinforcement. Yeah, because that's the other thing, right? Is I don't want to have this super. Hey, Esco. I don't want to have a super strict routine and then fall off of it and then spend my time feeling bad that I fell off of it. So it's kind of finding that balance of keeping track of the things I need to get done, but not being so strict about it that I make myself feel bad, but holding myself accountable enough to actually complete tasks. It's a challenge, and some days are better than others, but I need reminders for things. It's called Todoist. I'll type it in the chat. Hold on. Well, and so the funny thing is that a lot of times I stream in the morning. So the days I stream, I get up and I stream, and then I do stuff after stream. And then Monday and Friday are kind of my big chore things. But I'll just throw on a stream on the television while I'm doing chores, and it makes it so much easier for me to get them done. Perfect. Thank you, Jimpu. No, I can see it. I'm not wearing glasses, so... There, yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's a free version, there's a paid version. I use the free version. I find it really intuitive. They will email you your list every morning. It sends a phone notification. It's easy to use on the phone, easy to use on the computer. You can do things like... I had to reschedule an appointment for something, and I could put in, like... appointment at 2:30 on Friday into the list, and it schedules it for you that way. Like, that works. So I don't have to, like, go through the calendar to find the specific day and put in the specific time. You can just put in feed snakes at 2 p.m. on Friday, and it will schedule that for you, and it makes it a lot easier not having to dig through dates. And you can flag it to notify you if it's something that's really important. Oh yeah, like it's a hilariously, a lot of my therapy appointments, I actually went to every other week, rather than weekly in therapy, because all I was talking about was ADHD management, because that was the biggest issue. My emotional and mental health has been a lot better not being at a job that clearly did not want me there. So, you know, a lot of it's kind of talking about ways to find that balance, and things that work for... I don't want to say tricking my brain into getting things done, but tricking my brain into getting things done. Does this go in here? Of course it doesn't. Oh, I'm trying so hard to not break this. It's going. It's going away. Okay. Esco, I'm still very excited about this game. Especially because the amount of content it looks like they plan to put in is... Of course I brought this into a place that already has one and doesn't need one. Okay. Very gently put that down. I will certainly be playing more of this, especially as new stuff comes out, so when you're able to get it, you are more than welcome to join me. Also, I feel like I shouldn't listen to this song because this is the song you listen to while playing Baby Steps. This is the Baby Steps song that you listen to on repeat until people leave my stream in droves. Da da da, da da da. I thought this was the... Yeah, there we go, okay. Nobody's here to trick me and set off the traps in this room. Yeah, exactly. Like, we've played all the stuff that's currently in it, but I haven't finished all the challenges yet, which is why I'm playing it right now. And floor 4 of this castle area, dungeon, whatever, hasn't been finished. They still haven't done floor 4. And then there's 3 other areas on the map that don't have anything yet, so there's still plenty of content they haven't put out that I'll be returning to this game when it does come out. Oh man, Valheim. I'd be tempted to go back to it. It's been years since we've played, but the part we got to was where we actually had to get on a boat to sail to other areas because we didn't have whatever biome it was that we needed to go to next. And we did have a tremendously large family of boar that we would slaughter. But we had to start sailing, and that game legitimately made me seasick. I had to tab out of the game and not look at the television because my partner would play on the television, so it was huge moving wave stuff that would not go well for me. Yeah, that's why I never tried Sea of Thieves, because I was like, I know how this is going to go for me, and it's going to be not fun. We we did some sailing where I kind of had to be there, but we did start building portals eventually. But we hit the point where it was kind of like we saw all there was to see, because I think the last boss wasn't implemented yet. I know there's been a lot of stuff since I last played. It's been a very long time. Okay. Oh god, yeah. I was watching somebody play Raft the other day, and most of the time it was fine, but there were several points where I'm like, I'm just going to not look at the screen for a little while. Okay, this has to go back to the dining room. With any luck, we'll be... Yeah, I think Mistlands was not fleshed out yet the last time I played. Yeah, there's a Pandora account I signed up for when I was in, like, high school. So, some of it is, yes, this is stuff I currently listen to regularly, and some of it is, this is what I was listening to when I was 17. And some of those overlap. Okay, let's not get crushed. Didn't get me that time. Haha. The Mistlands, or whatever this is. 3 Days Grace? No. Yes? I don't know. Oh, I guess partner is home. Mistlands. Is that the area that has, like, the big spider webs and stuff? Okay, this does not go in here. Does not get eaten by the mimic. Oh. Gross. Yeah, they didn't... I don't think they even had enemies in that area when the last time I played. That's how long ago it was. Jimpu, you can mark off Lonely Island. Seriously! Why am I so bad? Mimic craves my flesh. I am distracted. How many times can chat kill me? Oh, thank you. You're the best. Y'all, I got a burrito. I also have a corgi who wants said burrito. He's not gonna get any. You can cry for him, but it's not gonna help. This burrito is hefty as hell, too. That is a fact. He's gonna lie there looking sad until he thinks I forgot about the burrito, and then he's going to try to steal said burrito. As he does. That's what he did yesterday with my pizza, and the other day with my chips. He's like, you're not eating these. Yep. You know what he hasn't eaten, though? HDMI cables. Or cigarettes. Okay, don't know where that goes. Someday all of the items will end up in the correct room. Today probably isn't that day. You thought you had me. Fuck you. Nope. Oh, corgis. My corgi also doesn't eat cigarette butts. I'm sure he would if he had access to them, but that's not quite as common. Well, it was when we had a shorter fence because people are assholes and love to throw stuff over our fence. It still happens, just slightly less frequently now that we're gonna stare at Ash a little bit while I have some burrito. Hello, Ash. Yes, you're a good boy. Okay. Burrito has not been consumed completely, but burrito has been nibbled at. You know what? We'll just sit here for a second. How many times will I almost get smashed by that block? A lot. I should probably switch back to the game. I should probably switch back to the game. I say, not clicking back into the game. There we go. Which is too bad, because I was sitting on an upskirt for like 3 minutes while I was taking a bite of my burrito. Kind of like this. There we go. May as well turn on the dog cam. Since Ash is being a baby. Okay, let's walk around the entire area with this table while I try to find where it goes. Oh, there's a river. I know exactly what I'm doing, and it's going really well. Thank you for asking. Hi, river. Hi. No. No. Hello. Hi, hello. Hi. You're very close. No. Moving closer to the burrito will not grant you access to the burrito. No. 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 Ma'am. 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 And there she goes. Okay, I do need one of the big faces over here. And one cup. So many breakable objects. Oh, okay, well, that's where the shield and weapons go, at least. Nope, and here comes River again. Just out of frame of the camera. Hell yes. Oh, I haven't added popular to, bingo. I keep forgetting to. There's 3 important rules for breaking up. Don't put off breaking up if you know you want to. Prolonging the situation only makes it worse. Even if you've gone together for only a short time. Feeling rejected when someone says she prefers the company of others to your exclusive company. You'll appreciate the kind, straightforward manner in which you told him your decision. Unless he's a real jerk or a crybaby, you'll remain friends. That's not where the chest is. Sure, the holy hand grenade is. You have to be as attractive as possible. And if you see Johnny Football here in the hall, tell him he played a great game. Tell him you liked his article in the newspaper. Love that great 7.7% that I've been at for like an hour. Real good. Now's the time to tell him about your 1 month limit. He won't mind. He'll appreciate your fresh look and updating. I'm sure he'll like it. Everyone will appreciate it. You're so novel. What a good idea. You can keep your time to yourself. You don't need date insurance. You can go out with whoever you want to. Every boy in the whole world could be yours. Me too. I hate the sound it makes when you pick it up because it sounds like it's breaking. And I've definitely already knocked this thing into several items already. It had been a long time since I'd heard it, and then it came on Pandora at one point, and I was like, oh yeah, this song is kind of great. And I remembered way too many of the lyrics for my own comfort, even though it had been 20 years. Oh my god, I'm old. What is time? No. You are also old. You're just an older old. No. I'm not a baby. I am an adult. You're the baby. How many times am I gonna walk around looking for the things I need and never finding them? Forever. I'm the oldest in my family. I mean, there's only 2 of us, but still. Doesn't change that. Innocent. Come on, Jimpu. You know me. What? Yeah, it is noon. What about it? I'm doing a very bad job of eating my lunch. I haven't either, but I'm a disgusting little goblin that doesn't shower every day, so... Yeah, I don't envy you that one, although I'm sure I have plenty of undiagnosed bullshit going on because I never go to the doctor. Because I'm very much like, this is just my life now, I guess. I pretty badly need to go to a dentist, but that involves finding a dentist. Oof. I've had it, I'm just lazy. Oh, and everybody should look up the latest Psycho Killer music video. It's quite good. I didn't skip a jillion, I skipped like 4. Can't sleep 'cause my head's on fire. Don't touch me, I'm a real live wire. Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 and run 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 away. Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 and run 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 away. Yeah, there's a reason there's multiple bingo squares for me singing, because if I'm playing music, it's going to happen. I think there was maybe one stream where I managed to not sing the entire time. Anyway, the music video has Saoirse Ronan in it, and she's cool. And it's very fun when people are like, I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this name, and I'm like, haha, one of my best friend's dogs was named this, and also nobody knew how to say it. That's why I know how. Irish names are fun. Yeah. Oh, I know, I was watching you the other day, and you were playing music and singing along, and I was like, okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that does this, because I can't help it. When How Low was playing during the intro, I was singing, I just wasn't on microphone yet. The only reason I know how to say some of them is one of my best friends in middle school, high school, her name was Siobhan, but it was spelled phonetically, not the way it's supposed to be spelled. And then my first roommate in college, her name was Siobhan, but spelled the correct way, and when I met her, she was shocked that I knew how to say her name. And I was like, yeah, because one of my best friends was named Siobhan, but I knew it was not spelled correctly. Enjoy your shower, Jimpoo. I don't see it frequently. It just happened to be that I knew two people, from high school and then college that had the name. I don't think I've met another one since, actually. Though there is one in that movie with all the Irish people. Banshees of Inisherin. Ed Sheeran. I don't know how many times I can do circles around this area and still not manage to place items, but it's going to be a lot. Okay, well there's the handle for the lights. That's going to stay there. Now, is that independent from the Ghost Hunter TV shows? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm sure it's one of those things that, like, once you know kind of the patterns of the language, it's a lot easier, but without knowing that, it's looks like nonsense. That does make sense. I do find it funny when people, like, terribly mispronounce, like, Spanish words, because Spanish, for the most part, is... you say it the way it is spelled. With the exception of the couple letters that are pronounced differently than in English. Okay, I'm going to risk this. Based on the Welsh people I know, that checks. Shade intended. Yeah, Spanish is pretty easy. My biggest problem with Spanish is that the high school education of Spanish is like, let's learn the same 3 things over and over again that aren't super practical for actually having, like, conversational Spanish. Gender stuff in most languages is kind of all over the place because a lot of languages do it really differently. I was also sort of hoping that my Welsh comments would bring people out of lurking if they are. It didn't work. Meaning they're probably not lurking. I mean, gendered words in general seem weird because English doesn't really have that, but... Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I hear you. I hear you coming for me. Not gonna happen. Okay. Sailor Moon. 1000%. I'm just the opposite of being non-binary, masculine, but landing in the middle fits a bit better for me. That's why I use non-binary in, I guess, mixed company. Genderqueer is how I really identify, because I'm like, that sounds a bit chaotic, and that is kind of lines up with how I feel about myself, that, like, I'm both and neither, and whatever, and it's just the easiest, it's what clicked with, yeah, that seems the most accurate description of how I feel about my gender identity. And also, bread should clearly be female because it's made of yeast. Unless it's unleavened bread, then it can be male, I guess. Yeah, my other, like, kind of confusing aspect of it is that for the most part, I like men. So, growing up, it was like, okay, well, I mean, what I like fits with the gender I was born, assigned at birth, but it was very validating when I finally met somebody who was trans, masc, and gay. Where I'm like, oh, okay. that is a thing that exists. I just hadn't ever met anybody that was that prior to this person. Okay. We have to be careful because... the item can trip the wire, and also my dumb feet can trip the wire, so... that's all very fun. I've also taken to, if somebody's going to be an asshole about my gender identity, where they insist on, like, no, you need to pick one, then I'm like, okay, then male, so that they then have to tell the person with boobs he, him pronouns, and then my partner also gets upset and walks away. He is very cishet. Yeah. No, I definitely felt out of place growing up. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, my friend was seeing a guy when I came out, who did the, like, why can't they just pick one? I don't think he said they, because he wouldn't. And she got real pissy about it, which, she's great. And I was like, well, just tell him he can use he, him then, and that will also make him uncomfortable, and then he can sit with it for a while. And then she started seeing another guy who is much better, because when they first started seeing each other, he was like, okay, I have a lot of trans friends, so if you are not cool with that, then this isn't gonna work. And I was like, oh, good, one of your best friends is non-binary, so it works out for you. He's much cooler. Like, if he pushes the issue of, like, insisting that I pick one or the other for him to refer to me, he sucked. Yeah, yeah. It's like, you can be an ass as much as you want and be insistent as much as you want, but it's not going to change how I feel about myself or label myself, like, you know, whatever. And so much of it is just the waiting for people to catch up and figure out that, like, it's not the catastrophe epidemic that really stupid politicians seem to think it is. It's like, hey, we've always existed. Like, some of us literally just didn't have the words for it. I would have come out a lot sooner. Like, if I had had the knowledge of non-binary when I was a kid, I would have been out before puberty, because I've always felt a bit out of place in my own, assigned gender. But I also don't necessarily have the dysmorphia, like body dysmorphia. Okay. I definitely dropped you, but fine. What? Well, in the discussion, when I came out to my partner, you know, some of the discussion was him, saying I am straight. I am not interested in men. And I'm like, well, I'm not. I don't... Rip. I don't consider, I'm not quite at that point in my gender identity journey. Um, and so he just kind of had to be okay with accepting that I'm, writing some line in between, and there's certain lines that he's not as comfortable with, and that's fine. But he was like, well, if I, came out as trans, I don't think you'd still want to be in a relationship. And I was like, no, I would, because I love you and I don't really care about everything else. But I also understand that that's not necessarily how everybody feels about it, because I am much more of a click with personality versus gender presentation / identity person, but I know that not everybody is like that, so it's nice that he has been as understanding as he possibly can be in his position. Yeah, people get really focused on, like, putting people in a box and needing to adhere to said box. That's why I kind of landed on genderqueer, because I was like, I feel like that's the box that fits me the best, whether or not it's the most accurate. I just feel like that's the box that I fit into the cleanest. I usually use non-binary with people I'm unsure of, because when I first came out, I got, I wish there was a way to disable this temporarily. I had people get weird with me about using the word queer, where they're like, well, my sister who's non-binary, which I'm like, your sibling who's non-binary, doesn't use that word. And I'm like, okay, straights, I won't use the word that makes you uncomfortable, even though it's the word I'm using to describe myself, so I feel like I'm okay in using that word, but whatever. Ye old white women telling you what is or isn't racist that doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form. My family's, I never told my dad. My dad passed this year. And I kind of went into seeing him with the mindset of, he's dying. It's not worth the potential conflict to me. Like, I can be dead named in his last days. That's totally fine. My mom I came out to immediately, but she was also friends with me on Facebook, and I was coming out on Facebook, so I kind of had to tell her. But after my dad passed, we were visiting with some other family members, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I can actually start coming out to the more extended family, and most of them either knew because some of my cousins were friends with me on Facebook and had told them, or just didn't care. And I was like, that was way easier than I expected it to be, actually, because most of them were just like, alright. Oh, I say queer all the fucking time. I'm just now in an environment where people don't get weird about it with me. It's like, I'm not using it as a slur, I'm using it to describe myself. Like, what do you fucking want from me? Yep. And I do feel like queer's been used as a not as negatively in recent years as it used to be. I think there are different slurs that bigots prefer at this point. And that more people either use it in the context of this person identifies as queer, or like using it in the, initial like just kind of strange, I guess, meaning. Yeah, no, exactly. Oh yeah, I used the F word quite freely until I realized what it was and then stopped. Yeah, no, I mean, I use the word queer a lot to describe myself because the reality is that's probably the best word to describe how I feel about myself. I don't really feel like I fit into any of the other kind of specific boxes. So it's like I'm not straight, I'm not a specific, I don't identify as a specific gender, queer. Like, it just works. Just like Bethesda games. I was gonna say Mutt makes a joke, but Jimpu said they're in the shower, so. There are a few select situations where I would potentially use it, but it's with very specific people that I know would be okay with me using it in a like joking fashion or while singing along to Against Me. No, that makes sense. I'm looking for bingo. I don't remember what I did. Well, I am eating something. Okay, this did definitely happen. Woo! Yeah, I've been. I mean, just the same with anybody kind of in my age range of certain slurs that were common to use that are much more frowned upon now. It's making the collective effort to remind each other that, like, oh, that's a word we don't use anymore. Um, and not necessarily in a way where you have to be shitty to the person that's using it, because all of us forget at one point or another that, like, oh, right, that isn't a word we use anymore. Um, Specifically the R word, which was incredibly common when I was younger, and is definitely frowned upon now. Yeah. my brother will occasionally drop a whatever, but occasionally, for the most part, it's usually in a sarcastic way of like, I'm using it in this way because I know it's a negative and whatever. Which I do all the time, but I also fall into more categories than he does. He's also pretty straight and cis. But he's also it's very fun because at the very least politically he seems to have gone into the like everything fucking sucks and everyone fucking sucks camp, and I love it. Okay, this is where the chest is. The chest is there. That is where the chest is. The chest for the treasure chest. Fuck off, Mimic. Yeah, I was watching... What was I watching the other day? I think I was rewatching the latest It movies, but in my mind it was kind of like, these are children in the 80s. Like, contextually it makes sense as a word that they would use. Not that that makes it okay, just that there's a reason for it. Or, you know, watching old movies and acknowledging, like, yeah, some of the language usage did not age well at all. So I had never seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and so we watched it a few years ago, and shockingly, for the most part, they did not age that poorly, except for one specific instance, which if you've seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about. And I was like, I can overlook this single instance of using a word in a negative way that is not okay using that way anymore, but the rest of the movie is really not too bad. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's just like anything, it's kind of one of those, like, is the intent of the person making this and choosing to use language of the time to portray... Are they using it in a way that is like, I'm just setting it here as an excuse so I can use this word? Cough, Tarantino, cough. It is a very good ABBA song. I'm shocked I didn't change it because I was like, I'm too embarrassed to leave ABBA on. Yeah, and like, I'm not necessarily going to be like, I'm never watching this movie again because of how poorly it aged, unless it's like really incredibly egregious. See Ace Ventura. I can't justify watching that movie anymore. Not that I've seen it in years, but you know, there's certainly things that I can acknowledge as this has aged incredibly poorly, but it's still a thing that I have fond memories of and would like to continue to enjoy, with the acknowledgement of it being not great anymore. But that I also feel like a lot of that is such a personal preference of what you are comfortable with as an individual. Yeah, no, the first one especially is incredibly problematic for multiple reasons. The second one is pretty racist, but I don't want to say but. It has the rhino scene, so that one I will sort of make excuses for, because the rhino scene is just fucking so funny. Funny forever. The mother rhino's giving birth. I know the chair from that room is over here somewhere. Pulp Fiction is great. It was more Django that was like, this seems excessive, despite the setting. In spite of this, like, I know what the time it's set in, but still, it's kind of pushing that, like, if it were a director of color, I would give it more wiggle room. Yeah, no. And that's kind of it, is like, the context matters, the time at which something was created matters. Context, I feel like, matters a lot more, but again, kind of going back to Tarantino, of if you're using... Ah! If you're using your setting and whatever as an excuse to be able to use a word you shouldn't be using, you're kind of a shit. If you're using it because Okay, so I think the best example of, like, recent quote unquote, probably 10 years ago at this point, excuse for using bad word is Transgender Dysphoria Blues, which uses the F word a lot. But also, Laura Jane Grace is trans, and in the context of the song, like, it makes sense. Okay. This room has all the shit placed, I think. Except for one, apparently. Wait, what? Oh, the switch, which I'm not doing yet. Okay, yeah, we're listening to Lonely Island. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, no, exactly. Again, person who's using it in the context of it. That's so much, that puts so much weight into it. I'm gonna die, and at your funeral, your mama gonna cry. Drugs open Castro, slow, slow. If you don't wanna end up dead, then do everything Shirani says. Tell him, Ronnie. No one in the back can hear you. Shirani, use your outside voice. Dang, Automod. Oh, I sing along with Transgender Dysphoria Blues on stream. I don't, like, it's... I shared it... Hold on a second. Had to remove clothing. On Fridays at my last job, we would do Music Share Friday, and there's a cover of Transgender Dysphoria Blues by the, like, novelty band Axis of Awesome, because one of the members is also trans, and it's a very good cover of the song for a group that typically does joke music. And so I shared it with the warning of, it contains this word, but contextually it, you know, it's not used against it. it works for the context it's in. It like it's acceptable in my mind. And uh, shockingly, at that job there was quite a few rip uh, trans trans folks, and one of them messaged me and was like, "Holy shit, this version of the song is so good." And they hadn't even heard of Against Me before I had shared it. But it's like I'm still gonna give a warning that, hey, this word is in this song. That does make me happy because I love Marshmello. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I get misgendered constantly because my voice is pretty femme, and I present femme because I'm not doing any level of HRT for a few different reasons. It's on the list of things I would consider doing in the future, but not something I feel like I need to do right now. Um, Basically. I do wish my voice sounded more neutral, but there's always going to be the people that just make assumptions based on voice. I have worked very hard to stop doing that because, especially with the cool folks that I've connected with on Twitch, it's very clear that you absolutely 1000% cannot go off of voice to determine gender, because even people who are cis, their voices sometimes don't exactly sound like what they are. I have a friend who used to work drive-through at a fast food chain and would get misgendered, and he's a cis man. So, like, it happens to everybody, which is why the move towards just using neutral language is gender neutral language instead of sir and ma'am is so important, because for some people they don't really care, and whatever, a mistake was made. But especially people that are struggling to be accepted and treated as the gender they identify with, it can be really hurtful to them, and it can be very upsetting. Yeah, I the when I back at my last job, we were doing QA on a game that partway into development added a non-binary option to character creation, and at the end of the game you talked to yourself. And initially I was upset because the non-binary voice was very femme, and I was like, oh, I don't like this, being an AFAB person that identifies as non-binary that doesn't like to get misgendered. And then we found out that the voice actor actually is non-binary, and I was like, okay, I'm more okay with it now that they didn't just like half-ass it and use the femme voice actor for the non-binary version of the character. Where all good men are trampled down to settle a bet that could not be won between a prideful father and his son. Now see. We may be pivoting games, chat. And so could be upright and strong. If I do imagine there will be, yeah, there will be, and there will be sorrow no more. I fucking love this Bad Religion song. When all kings and all queens relinquish their crown. When they released it in Rock Band, I was thrilled because I usually sing. From ourselves, easy to imagine there will be sorrow, and there will be sorrow, and there will be sorrow no more. This is part of my driving/walking playlist because it's a very good... I mean, usually I just listen to Against Me. Against Me is like A+ walking music to keep a, like, faster pace. But this one is also very good for it. There will be sorrow, sorrow, and there will be sorrow no more. Okay, this room is complete. I'm going to grab the Mimic and start cleaning up meat. So I think I have most of the restorable objects done. Yeah, I'm only missing 4. I'm not sure if it's counting the 2 vases that I broke. Because then it's only 2. Oh, I have a harder time when I'm walking because I want to sing along so badly. I also don't really go for walks anymore because my neighborhood is kind of hit or miss if I run into dogs running loose when I walk my dogs, and we have a huge yard, so the dogs just go in the yard. And I'm just a lazy shit. If you don't know how to conjugate, maybe you flunked that class, and maybe now you find that people mock you online. Okay, now here's the deal. I'll try to educate you. Gonna familiarize you with the nomenclature and learn the definitions of nouns and prepositions. Literacy's your mission, and that's why I think it's a good time to learn some grammar. Now did I stammer? Work on that grammar. Yeah, I used to go for walks every day, and then I don't really remember. I think my job changed and my schedule was fucked up, and I just stopped going for walks, and then we replaced our fence, and so using the yard is just easier. And you got a pronoun, show the world you're no clown, so you've got another teeth, followed by apostrophes. What does that mean? Oh, yeah. See, I love walking in the snow because it's quiet and nobody's out, and the dogs love it. And you get to hear the crunchies when you walk around. But it doesn't snow here enough to be a thing I can do regularly. We also don't have sidewalks in our neighborhood, so that's an added safety concern. Is this the way I came from? Yeah, it is. I should get back into it. I need to decide which dogs I would take because some are a bigger pain than others to go for walks with. I don't mind it. The bigger problem is that everybody parks on the street, so there isn't even enough room to walk on the shoulder. And people like to drive down our street going 40 miles an hour. About which signature then what's it? Oh, but just now, you said you literally couldn't get out of bed. That means I'm literally smack a crowbar upside your stupid head. Okay, there's a chest that goes up here. And I know there's the handle for the lights. Really fantastic. That looks sarcastic. Think you should only write in emojis. Oh, right. You have gigantic. I'm carrying the Mimic. Yeah, I forgot you have gigantic dogs. I usually walk the Dachshund mix because she likes going on adventures. I was walking the Sheltie because he's a little nervous mess, and going for walks is really good confidence building for dogs. Because the Dachshund actually was really shy and nervous when we first got her, and that's how I got her confidence to come out, was by bringing her on walks all the time. I liked walking my Borzoi a lot because he was a perfect gentleman on the leash, and he doesn't go to the bathroom on walks, so I would never have to stop. And he's a good boy. Plus then nobody would approach me because I had a big black dog with me. But he also passed this year because this year fucking sucks. Someday I'll make it up these stairs without triggering the trap. Yeah, his was kind of the, like, once he passed this year was just like, this isn't gonna be a good year. Because it was really unexpected. And I know you're not supposed to have favorite children, but he's my favorite. He's still my favorite, even though he's gone. So, yeah, like, I just don't have great walking candidates because the Corgi has to pee on everything, and he'll poop 8,000 times, where he's just, like, making little squishy Hershey Kisses. And, that gets really annoying. I'm missing organic remains somewhere. But I'm gonna replace this table really fast. I thought I saw the table, now I don't see the table. Is it in here? No. Where the fuck did this table go? Oh, there's the table. It's a good place for it. Yep. I very much got into the habit of just maintaining the bag, but then it turns into, now I have to clean his butt when we get home, and just, yeah, it just became a pain. So he is not the best walk candidate. I would love to take the Beagle because I think she would have a fucking blast, but it would also take a million years because she's a Beagle. and thus must sniff everything. And she can be a huge maniac on the leash because she'll just like run and, you know, clothesline herself, hitting the end of it. So I have yet to really bring her. I'd love to bring her. Oh my god, am I just like walking over the trigger? I'm fine. Why do you ask? Everything's going great. I've yet to bring her anywhere, although I'd love to bring her hiking because I know she'd have a good time. It would just take forever. And my hiking friend always picks long ones, so our hikes always take 3 hours anyway, so I don't need to go on a 6-hour hike. I do miss walks, though. We have a nice neighborhood. There's a couple parks nearby that we can walk to. There's a little town center nearby that we can walk to. I just don't that frequently anymore. I do like that the town center is really close because I can just walk down there to do like dog licensing and stuff. It makes it a lot, though they did finally get an online system for that, so that will likely be my go-to now, but before they had the online system, I would just walk in because it was easier than trying to mail in everything. Yeah, no, they certainly don't. I have some Uggs that are decently, treaded that I can use when the rare occasion it snows here. But, I don't know. I just haven't gone on a walk. If I could get my partner to walk with me, I'd probably go a lot more, but it gets dark at 4:30 now, so when he's done with the work, we're not going to want to go walking when it's dark out. And he's not a big going for a walk person, and he a lot of times has plans after work that prevent us from doing things that aren't just him coming home and eating dinner really fast before he goes out. I am also usually a Chuck wearer when walking my dogs, but it doesn't snow enough here for that to be as concerning for me. Okay, the chest goes in this room. I think I said that the last time I was in this room and then immediately forgot. But I just got a notification that a game on my wish list was released, so once I'm done... Once I'm done with this, we'll play a little bit of that until the end of stream. Nice, Jimpoo. You'll see. Fly to the Concords. going back to questionable language and the uses, the appropriate or inappropriate uses of it. There was I think it was a Patton Oswalt stand-up where he's like, you know, sometimes you kind of have to look at, I mean, like I said, the context of the way a word is being used, and, you know, if you get the person that's like, I'm okay with those homos, they blah 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 blah, but like they clearly are like accepting of people being who they are, like, you know, the shitty language can be somewhat forgiven as opposed to people that use the correct language but in a way that they're shitting on that group of people. Like, yeah, if you can use the correct language, but if you're using it in a way, like, if you're saying things that are actively against that group, then that is the bigger problem. My feet are just fucked up anyway, so it doesn't bother me to wear them. Brunettes, not fighter jets. Oh, it's got to be Sweet 16, not M16. When will the government realize it's got to be hunky, sexy ladies? I have a vision and all I can see. All of me in the world of peace and harmony. In Amsterdam and a wham bam with thank you, man. Care if you're ugly or you're sexy and small, you can get a little something special for you all. Yeah, fucked up feet gang. I am really pigeon-toed, which now as an old ass adult people don't seem to care, but I almost got into a fight in high school from somebody teasing me about it. Like, that's the level that people would bother me about it when I was younger. My feet are also fairly flat, but I just am kind of used to it. The fun thing is that I'm really good at catching myself when I like trip and stuff, because I'm just used to not being able to walk like a regular human being. Because I mentioned it to somebody somewhat recently, and they were like, oh, I didn't even notice. But people would bring it up fucking constantly when I was younger. Because it was always like, just walk straight. And I'm like, you fucking walk. It was to the point that my parents took me to a an orthopedic specialist to get it checked out. And they were basically like, your hip bones sit wrong in your sockets. So I'd have to have like fucking corrective surgery. And I'm like, it doesn't bother me enough for that. Thank you. That wasn't traumatizing in any way and made me super self-conscious about it or anything. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you can do fucking super invasive surgery to, like, saw my bones so they fit together correctly so that my feet are straight, but also, fuck you. It doesn't bother me. I can walk. Leave me alone. With my fucked up feet. Fuck my fucked up legs. I don't remember where I put the chest down. It's over here. But you won't say when. Take it on the run, baby. 'Cause that's the way you want it, baby. And I don't want you around. Oh. Also, I'm sure great for you in the long term. Okay, the only restorable object is the handle for the lights. Mostly bloodstains, some organic remains that I can't fucking see because the lights are off. Ugh. Yeah, ballet is pretty taxing on the body in general. But yeah, feet especially. I don't even remember if it was my parents that brought me to the doctor. It may have been my grandmother. She was the one that was so concerned about the position of my feet. It's really fun when I tell weird stories about me as a kid, and I'm like, I don't know how my fucking parents did not figure out that I was neurodivergent, because, god damn it, I was such a fucking weirdo. That now, in context, kind of makes sense, but at the time was like, why do I do these strange things I do? Ooh! When I was a child of the age where you would normally be walking, I walked on my knees for like a year. It was scary walking on feet, okay? And even now, I'm like, if I think too hard about walking, my legs just stop working. Don't at me. Right. Again, AFAB, so, you know, I'm never gonna be screened for ADHD and autism because it's not a girl thing. Which is also why I didn't own a video game until I was 10, because girls don't play video games. That's a thing for boys. And the only reason that we got them was because they got them for both my brother and I to share. And dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were the other thing that I really liked. Yeah, I don't know. I was the weird kid. Never really got along with the girls in my age group because I had absolutely zero interest in any of the same things as them. I I actually talked about it in therapy. Shocking, I know. About how it it's wild to me when people are like, I've been friends with this person since second grade, and I'm like, I don't talk to anybody from before I moved where I currently live, except for there are two people I talk to, and both of them were people that I had met online and didn't live in the same state as me. Three people, three people that I know from online and those are the only people I talk to from pre moving to the state I'm currently in. Like it's kind of weird to me now having friends that I've had for over 10 years because I've just lived here for that long. Because most of my friends from before being an adult, essentially, zero contact. Nobody talks to me from any of those. College, nothing from high school, none of that. I'd have like a friend for a year, and then we'd have some falling out over something stupid, and then I'd make another friend, and then we'd have some falling out over something stupid, so on and so forth for my whole school history. Right, Callie? I don't know how to contact most of them. There are people I would want to engage with. I don't know how to find them, is the problem, because a lot of them were not into social media. So, Facebook was the way that I maintained contact with a lot of people. One person I did find because they worked for a state park. So they were listed on the website of the state park, and I emailed them just being like, hey, like, I still think about you, I'd love to get back in contact, and they never responded. But yeah, the two people I talked to, one is a friend who lives he lives in Rhode Island, but he lived in Massachusetts when I met him. We still talk. And I have a friend that lives in Texas. And a friend that lives in Arkansas, who I actually haven't talked to in a while. And I've known all of them since I was like 13 to 15. But that's it. And like, unless they're family, I don't talk to anybody else I knew from earlier or that period. Some of it has been yeah, it was a lot easier for me to hang out with guys, which for some reason is an issue sometimes. I don't know. But also, that was kind of the time of my life where I was like super desperate to fit in, and so if somebody told me hanging out with someone or doing something or being interested in something wasn't cool, I would not do it. So I didn't play video games for a long time because video games aren't cool. Thank you, Jimpu. Oh, yeah. I legitimately lost a friend because we had met a guy at a it's like a family fun center type thing, and on Tuesday nights during the summer, it would be like free game night where any of the games that didn't give tickets were free to play, so like DDR and arcade games. So we would go, and we met some dude while we were there, and like I had zero interest in this guy. I had a like 3-year crush on the same person at this time. I was pretty monogamous in my crushing on people, and he told my friend that we had like made out or something, and my friend had been interested in him, and she just took him for his word and wrote me an email that was like, never talk to me again, find your own way to school, because I carpooled with her and her brother. And that was it. We never talked again. Didn't even talk to me about it to verify if it was true. Just never talked to me again. Yep. I find that a lot of, well, it's been easier for me to make AFAB friends because of, one, I used to work at an animal shelter for a long fucking time, and that is a very female-dominated career. Like, for the most part, most of the people I worked with were female. AFAB. AFAB and female identifying. So I've made friends that way because we had the common ground of like, we're okay with cleaning up poop. So it's not going to be the typical female behavior that doesn't click with me. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier now that the, like, dynamic of popularity and stuff isn't a thing. That has been the biggest shift, is just, like, people are adults now and aren't quite that, like, cliquey. For the most part. I'm not saying nobody is. There's definitely still people that are like that. And those usually aren't the people I want to engage with anyway, so whatever. The you're not enough of XYZ people. But yeah, anybody that I've tried to reconnect with from like college or high school, it is usually me putting forth a lot of effort to maintain or reconnect, which is exhausting and feels very... I got tired of feeling rejected by people that I very badly wanted to maintain contact with when it was incredibly one-sided. Yeah, the furry thing was a whole other thing. I don't specifically engage with people over being a furry either, because I got so much... I didn't even know what a fucking furry was when I was in high school. I prefer drawing animals to people, so I was making little animal people characters, and then that fucking CSI episode came out, and everybody was like, oh, you're this weird thing that you don't even know exists, and so I just kind of turned into not really talking about it with people because of between that and then somebody in college that I like offhandedly mentioned that I'm a furry, and they were basically like, furries are fucked up, no exceptions. And I was like, okay, well, I guess there's no talking to you about it then. Oh god, yeah, theater people can be incredibly dramatic. Yeah, my first 2 years of college were a bit more dramatic because I was out of state in dorms. My first semester was hell. I almost left because my roommate fucking hated me for a reason I couldn't identify. I have no idea why she didn't like me. She just fucking hated me, and then she dropped out like mid-semester, and I was like, cool, let me help you pack because you fucking suck and are making my life miserable. And one of the other people in our dorm had gone to high school with her, so she started out very shitty to me as well, but then once she actually got to know me, she was like, oh, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about, you're fine. And she apologized to me. So, like, that went a long way of, like, making me feel better about being there. But then I transferred schools for my last couple years, and I was living at home, so I didn't really get to know too many people. With the exception of a handful of people that were in a lot of the same classes I was in, just from being in the same majors. But again, I haven't spoken to any of them. Not necessarily because I don't want to, just because I don't really know how to get in contact with them. Yeah, Ace is one of those things that I feel like is very, just like some things looked at from the outside as an extreme, in that, like, oh, well, then you don't want to be in a relationship, you don't want any physical contact whatsoever, you don't want to be in a relationship, and it's like, that's not it, you're just... And again, there's, as with everything, there's a spectrum of things of, you know, not interested in sexual contact or whatever, and that's totally fine, and relationships can totally work that way. I know I'm not. But, you know, and I could, with the right arrangement, I could see myself being in a relationship with somebody that was. It would just have to be, you know, we need to work out how we're going to handle, you know, my needs versus their needs. But, yeah, like, being like, oh, you're ace and you're in a relationship, that's weird, what's the point? And it's like, relationship doesn't mean you're just in it to have sex with somebody else. Right. And honestly, anything deeper than, like, not experiencing the sexual attraction is between you and your chosen partner. It's not anybody else's business, really. Well, exactly, Jimpu. Like, that's the whole thing, is, like, you know, whether or not he is, if you are the person he wants to be with, you can make it work. You know, going back to my partner saying that, you know, I probably wouldn't want to stay in the relationship if he was trans, which is not true. Um, I'm just a little more loosey-goosey with my attraction, levels, but I like being with him as a person, so it doesn't matter to me how he identifies. I just want to be with him. Yeah, no, exactly. Agreed. Also, Peaches is the worst Presidents of the United States of America song. Don't at me. Peaches is a terrible song. Kitty is fucking phenomenal and an amazing song because it's so fucking accurate and hilarious. You can find it funny. You can find it good if you want. I just don't think it's a very good song, and it's the one that, when Presidents of the United States of America comes up, people are always like, oh, Peaches, and I'm like, no. Where is this bloodstain? I don't remember how to... Oh, I saw it for a second. No, I didn't. I don't know what counts as the rainy corridor. Oh, that checks. It's the elevator. Okay. I have one restorable object and a handful of organic remains. Assuming I don't die to something again. Also, Lump is a great song. I almost named our old-ass Chihuahua Lump because she was incredibly fat when we got her. We ended up not naming her that. We named her Pip Girl. Pippi. Which is a cuter name, and now that she's not fat, is better. Okay. Meat. Spiral Watchtower. Is that this one? That I will inevitably create more meat by running into the bombs with? Yes. Ugh. What? Oh my god, stop playing Beatles. We will listen to this, though. Voodoo Hoodoo. Urge to watch Labyrinth Rising. Urge to stare at David Bowie's crotch rising. Baby, trying hard as we could try. What could I do? My baby's love had gone and left my baby blue. Nobody knew. Yep. I enjoy the Beatles to a degree. There are certain songs I like more than others. I don't particularly like most of... Hard as babe could try, what could I do? My baby's love had gone and left my baby too. Nobody. Ugh, of course I don't have a mop still. Dance, magic dance, magic dance, dance, magic dance. Jump, magic jump, magic jump. I like weird beetles. I don't like boy band beetles quite as much. I mean, I think it's like most musicians. For me, it's usually like, these are the collection of songs I enjoy, and these are the collections I don't, unless it's against me, in which case I like all of them. Okay, it still says I have 3. Where the fuck are they? It doesn't help that jumping upstairs is a problem. Okay, and there's blood on the stairs right there. There's a meat chunk right there. Alright. Come on. I'm putting it in your fucking mouth. Please eat it. Speaking of good covers. As I immediately swap it. There we go. Here's some Modest Mouse. Could have been worse than you would ever know. And until that you see it had the radio. Fake Modest Mouse fan. No, I'm just kidding. Ben should have been worse than you would ever know. It's not my favorite Modest Mouse song, but I do like this song. Where is this fucking meat chunk? I don't know why I care. Because I have to clean this fucking area without turning the lights on. That's why. That's because Float On is the one that was, like, wildly overplayed on the radio. I like Float On. It's just the one that was wildly overplayed on the radio. Okay, seriously? Where did this meat chunk go? I'm gonna be really, really upset if it, like, fell into the wall and I can't get it. I could have sworn I saw it when I was walking down the stairs last time, but now I don't see it. I think the worst concert I ever went to was Franz Ferdinand and Death Cab for Cutie, because Death Cab for Cutie is fucking terrible live. What's his face cannot fucking sing. Like, legitimately, live is just god awful. They're bad. They're so bad live. There's a live version of Soul Meets Body that my local radio station would play sometimes, and I'm like, why are you playing this? It's bad. It is just bad. I've seen Nine Inch Nails 3 or 4 times. Of course they did. Because they weren't doing the cockroach, yeah. Yeah, I saw Nine Inch Nails the first time at a really small venue, and I didn't even go to see Nine Inch Nails. I went because the Dresden Dolls were opening for them, and I wanted to see the Dresden Dolls. It was still a really good show, but I went primarily to see the Dresden Dolls. And then I brought my brother to his first concert, which was Nine Inch Nails, with Oh my god, what is that band called? I can't think of it right now, but that was great, except the drummer had a fucking heart attack during their set. So they ended the concert early, but then they came back and did a free show at the end of the tour to make up for it, so we got to see them again for free. I still remember when I was in college, I was going to go see Against Me and chickened out at last minute and didn't go, and I will regret it every day of my life. They're good. They're great live. It was a very good show. I am really mad I can't find this meat. I don't know if leaving the game and re-entering would reset it. So I don't see anything, and I just saw it. Oh, okay, nope. Dang. I also missed out seeing Jawbreaker in 2021? 2022? I had tickets. It was a smaller venue. I was going to go with a friend who had never heard of them, but my partner had already gone to an Jawbreaker concert with me, so I wasn't going to make him go again. Oh, I wanted to see Jawbreaker again because they had broken up before I'd ever even gotten into them. We saw them in 2019, which was phenomenal. It was amazing. I'm so happy I got to go. And then they were coming in the area again. It was going to be a smaller venue. I bought tickets. I was going to go. And then I started a new job that week. Specifically told them, yeah, I don't think I'm getting this. I don't know where that is. It's like in the wall. I specifically told them, hey, don't schedule me to work that day or the following day because there's no way I'm going to be able to get up at 6 a.m. to go to work if I go to this concert. And then they scheduled me to work anyway, and I was too new to want to make the argument, so I just didn't go. Okay, I'm going to try resetting it to see if I can get it out because I'd really like to finish that challenge. I am definitely going to keep an eye out to see Against Me, though, because I would really love to see them live. Did it save that? It didn't save my progress. Nope. Well, We're gonna play something else. I'll do it again at some point. It's just frustrating because I think that's the second time that's happened. Not necessarily on that level, just while playing. Hey, store, why are you not wanting to do the drop down so I can see my wish list? Okay, fine, I'll just look for it. Okay, I'm going to take a quick little, like, 2-minute break. I just want to go put my leftovers in the fridge and grab a drink. I don't know why I'm saying I'll be right back, because I'm going to leave my headset on so I can still say words. But also need to install the very small game. The dogs have learned that if all my stuff is still on, I'm coming back upstairs, so they don't need to follow me. Let me turn my tuber back to... I didn't even update currently playing today. Let me get this set up. Oh, right. Don't mind me, I'm just doing cosmetics while no one can see. Okay, some of you may remember this. I played the demo of it a whole bunch. It just released. I literally just got the email saying that it was out. So we're gonna play some Dogpile.
Hey, welcome to Dogpile. This is the yard, and these are your cards.
I don't think I've seen or heard the Placebo cover, but I remember when this song was really, really popular, because of Stranger Things, and people were talking about how they don't like the Placebo cover. I know Placebo. Of course you are, because you know me. Um, there's another cover that I have that pops up of this song that's really good, but there's a different Kate Bush song that I actually prefer to this song. My shuffle never plays it, but it's very good.
Drag a card to the yard to play it. Ha-cha-cha!
And honestly,
When two of the same
the
dog touch,
song was much
they
more
merge.
impactful in Pose, so there.
Merging dogs gives you $1. What? You want more? Well, then merge more dogs, pal. You also get bones. Bigger dogs give more bones.
Wuthering Heights is my favorite Kate Bush song. It made me actually read the book. That's right. We are playing deck building doggy Suika game. I really liked the book a lot. Certainly a book of its time.
Welcome to the dog wash. This is where you upgrade your dogs. Pick one treatment to apply to all of these lucky dogs.
Gratz Jimpoo, where would you like your vote to go? I have to do this now because we were talking about it. If I can find it. Okay, I can't find it. Wee-oo, I look just like Buddy Holly. Uh-oh, and you're Mary Tyler Moore. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that. You can put it towards an egg. I probably... Yeah, I just like Weezer. A lot. Ooh, ooh, and I know I'm yours. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, sure.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
You discovered nothing at all. Let me try and figure out how to do this before I get back to Suikaing. I love when my phone dumps 8 things on me. Look, Weird Al is in... Okay, first of all, Weezer did an entire cover album and all of the songs are fucking silly. 2, Weird Al is in their Africa video. Weezer is a novelty band, and I don't mean that as a negative. I just mean that they are honorary honorarily in the same category as Weird Al, Flight of the Conchords, and Lonely Island. So is Bare Naked Ladies. Oh no, they absolutely just embraced the like goofball shit, and I'm all for it. Oh, They Might Be Giants is also a novelty band, but also, okay. First of all, we're going back to Blues Traveler. Thank you. Oh, never mind. I don't like this version of Hook. No, and now I fucked up my thing, so it's not showing me the songs. One Week is my go-to karaoke song. If I get spicy enough, I'll sing Baby I'm an Anarchist.
Your money is up there. Click something in the shop to buy it. That right there is a tag. I highly recommend you try.
How much money do I have? 32.
When your deck is empty, it will shuffle at the start of your next hand. This dog has a trait. Dogs with traits have...
There's a very good live version at the Grammys, I think, that is just phenomenal. My old man's got a problem. Live with the bottle, that's the way it is. His body's too old for working. Body too young to look like his. Mama often left him. Said somebody's got to take care of him. Yeah, Tracy Chapman's fucking amazing. When you were driving in your car, speed so fast I felt like I was drunk. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder, and I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. I know things will get better. You'll find work and I'll get promoted and we'll move out of the shelter. Buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs. Gain $5 when entering a shop. Merges of 5 and up are worth 2 times the bones. City lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder, and I had a feeling that I belonged. I had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. No gravity was a mistake. No hope for better. You and me find out we got no friends, we're gonna go nowhere. We got a car and keep on driving. Touch. Touch. Touch! Perfect. There's far too many corgis. Sell that shit. Miniature dogs remove crated on touch. Those dogs dropped like rocks. This is a Jillian songs. I love that when they have modifiers, it shows up on like the corgi's butthole. Weird. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Why is this here? I don't know what that was. I'm doing really... You see, the best in show is on its butthole. I'm doing really bad at Suika Gaming. Nothing compares. Nothing compares. That was a good sound. Odd number dog have double bones. Time to bloat my deck. It's really fun because they're all weird shapes, too. Okay, or don't. Ooh, yeah, let's get friendly in there. Lorge. Right, you're afraid of other dogs. So are you. Fantastic. Just touch the butts. Why won't you let the butts touch? You're corgis, you love touching butts. Hmm. Tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, call me 'cause I can go. I owe my soul to the company store. I'm a little upset that the corgi isn't wearing the sunglasses on its butt. Okay. You landed in the worst spot possible. Get you then the left one, will you load 16 tons? What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Okay, Dalmatians, can you touch the Greyhound? I love the Greyhound so much. Mmm. Look at it! With the the like pointy hands. Who can it be now? Oh, okay, well, we're listening to Stephen Lynch because Pandora decided I can't skip it, so, here we go. Playing a timid dog gives up to 5 dogs in the yard friendly. This is too many chows. Oh my. The corgi's just noped out of there. All of this is normal, don't worry about it. Yeah, let's give Barky. Barky's funny. That Dachshund was really into it. Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf. My God, there's blood everywhere. He's brandishing a knife. It's Shia LaBeouf, working the shadows. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Killing for sport, Shia LaBeouf. Eating all the bodies. Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Hope. Ah, it's caught in a bear trap. Me too. The end is just peak. Shia LaBeouf. Wait, he isn't dead. Shia, surprise. But you can do jujitsu. Dang, Jimpu, all mine are muted except yours. I really want this one, but I don't want to sell any of the tags I have. You have just decapitated Shia LaBeouf. Yeah, I barely check yours. You could have it all. Sorry, that was bad. Worse than normal. Total exhaustion, complete breakdown. Yes, I am. Apologies in full. Please leave me alone. Okay. god, the dogs disappear off the screen and come back huge. Give money back to the record label. Find the agent for the manager. If you have 2 cues in the yard, win the game. That's not bad, actually. Those dogs are very determined to get to each other. Not determined enough, apparently, but still determined. Okay. Oh my god, stop giving me so many cards! Oh, here we go, more Modest Mouse. Another Modest Mouse I'm an enjoyer of. Touch. 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 Now kiss. While on the subject, could we change the subject now? For the future, we will beg him for the past. But those never seem to last. Oh, please just last. Barks destroy rocks. Me too, Hamlin. Hello, Hamlin. Hope you're doing well this afternoon. But we used them like a dam. Oh, and we carried it all so well. If we had a new position now, and I fall away to hell. Excuse you, come back, please. Yeah. I remember those. Hopefully it goes by a little faster for you. That go goddamn when of myself. Now touch. Oh no. Oof. Yeah, not a fun combination. Holy moly. I won! I got King Doggo. All of your dogs start with random negative traits. Your first 2 tags are free. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Lorge. I want to know why cool is bad. It's considered a bad trait, but like, he is sick as hell. Look at that little guy wearing the sunglasses. Okay, I don't like that one. Wait, no, I have to go back to that for the express. We only need to listen to it until the line plays. Then I can change it. Okay. I just needed it to, I just needed the line. Somebody can mark making my way downtown. Hmm. That one is really not into this. I like bark. It's the scared dogs that I'm having a bad time with. Remove bad traits. But I don't want to remove cool, because this dog is sick as hell. Can you not fly out of the dog park, please? Those pugs are really not into each other. They are. I don't have any money. Right. I love that. Cut is probably better. Oh, man. Kaiju doesn't like my dog sounds. He's doing a heckin' concern. Merging aces gives 10 times bones. Twos have Barky. Okay. That didn't seem to remove the bad trait, but alright. Dogs with fleas merge with any good trait dogs under 10. Ooh. I still have no money. Okay, we're just gonna let them have a time for a minute. A lot of heavy pugs. Oh, just touch slightly. Just touch slightly. Touch. I love how hilariously bouncy all the dogs are. Okay, yeah, let's give all of you friendly. I don't know how that's going to work with timid, but we'll find out. That pug's having a time. Gain $5 when entering a shop. Hey, Jimpu. For non-blondes. For non-blondes. Bingo. And Flight of the Conchords. Okay. Yes, son. I thought today was a lot of fun. Building castles in the sand. Dad's yummy canned delight. You know very well Dad and Mama didn't die. She just hooked up with another guy. His name's Trevor, now they live together. That's where you pick me up on Friday nights. That's the smile of a little guy. Dad, could I sit on your knee? Got questions about the world that are troubling me. Playing a royal dog gives you a fostered cheese. Oh, gets a dog friendly. Like to live in the moon, or maybe live on a star, or maybe be like you, Dad, and live in the car. Will I fall in love, and will it be forever, or will she leave me one day for someone like Trevor? I'll love her and just never ever introduce her to your handsomest friend. Together. Cheese. Yep, cheese tax. Okay, we'll give it to the chow.
I'm sorry, Bub. You didn't get enough bones to pass the goal. Don't let this happen too regularly or you'll be all sorts of messed up.
3 dog cards in your deck gain bad traits. Unmerge your largest dog. Give them crated and timid. All our dogs already have bad traits, so whatever. Now she calls you an asshole. I'm not sad because of... Ice cream on weekend nights. When you draw a dog with 3+ traits, remove them and promote it. But they have 3 traits. It looks like it's double crated. Only bad traits appear in the dog wash. After playing a trainer card, draw a card. Miniature dogs remove crated on touch, rewarding 100 bones. I don't have money. Look, some dogs are just, you know, you gotta double crate. Don't mind me. Look, I don't want to get banned on Twitch for having bare naked ladies. I had $1 million. Buy you a house. In this economy? I had $1 million. Buy some furniture for your house. Maybe a nice Chesterfield or an ottoman. Your largest dog card gains royal. If I had $1 million. If I had $1 million, you could help, it wouldn't be that hard. If I had $1 million doggos, I'd be rich. In love and friendship. I buy you a coat, but not a real fur coat, that's cruel. If I had $1 million. Yep, like a llama or an emu. Ooh, all them crazy elephant bones. Oh, that pug is very excited. Dog fur? It's terrible. I'll give it to you for free. Could take a limousine 'cause it costs more. Wouldn't have to eat Kraft dinner. Dijon ketchup. But not a real green dress, that's cruel. I take offense to that. I have plenty of green dresses, they're fine. A Picasso or a Garfunkel. What? I suppose it depends on the type of fur. Damn it, Hamlin. If I had $1,000,000. If I had $1,000,000. I'd be rich. Interesting. I do have a book on how to needle felt cat fur. I can't do anything about that. You gave me huge dogs. Just anyone, 'cause you only live once. I'll play one more game, I think. We'll try the blue deck. Putting on the roots. Different types of wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Telling you, next dog. Next Borzoi. And the name Rasputin. Yeah, putting on the Ritz. Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their midst. Putting on the Ritz. I'm not ready for another Borzoi, realistically, but emotionally. Types of wear a day coat, pants with stripes and colors. Okay, this is going to be repetitive enough that I don't need to listen to it. Was shining on the lake at night. The Slayer t-shirt fit the scene just right. Touch. Touch. Me stories about your chickadees. Okay. Conversation stopped and I looked down at my feet. I was next to you and you were right there next to me, and I said, girl, if you're wondering if I want you to, I want you to. So make a move 'cause I ain't got all night. Your mom cooked meatloaf even though I don't eat meat. I dug you so much, I took some for the team. Eyes were fixed with what was on TV. Come on, little beans, just touch each other. Wondering if I want you to. I want you to. No, that's not okay. My heart is blue. Ooh, girl, if you're wondering if I want you to, I want you to make a move, 'cause I ain't got all night. Do I only get these glow cards in this mode? When we have nothing left to say. Those little fuckers are real bouncy. It's so unrealistic of Chihuahuas who have notoriously bad knees. Oh, girl, if you're wondering if I want you to, I want you to. Yeah, the corgi has things to say. Why are you even in here? What do you want? What can I do for you? Can I help you with something? Okay. Excuse you, Neil Young, this is... silly hour, unless you're against me. And all of them are loud? He doesn't even know why he's barking most of the time, and then I tell him to stop and he will do... the bear... No! And hairiest. Well, I was gonna fill out your something went wrong, and then the game crashed. I'm waiting for the game to finish crashing. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, launching again. I don't know what continue does. I guess we'll find out. Oh, that bodes well. Ooh. All according to plan. Oh, look, it's everybody's favorite Modest Mouse song. Okay, we're listening to The Nights You Say Knee, apparently, because Pandora doesn't like letting me skip things sometimes. I mean, I can go back. A shrubbery! Speaking of things that don't make sense, did anybody watch The Chair Company? It's a Tim Robinson show on HBO. Really? You're not gonna... Thank you. No! Repeat. On bingo. Barks give other dogs fleas. Someone says she prefers the company of others to your exclusive company. But if you're honest and direct, and avoid making a flowery emotional speech when you break the news, the boy will respect you for your frankness, and honestly, he'll appreciate the kind, straightforward manner in which you told him your decision. 3 cards in your deck gauge. Bad traits. Kaiju, please don't lick my leg. Your largest dog card gains Royal. I'm fine with that. Ha! That was a large Corgo. Now's the time to tell him about your 1-month limit. He won't mind. I'm sure he'll like it. Everyone will appreciate it. You can go out with whoever you want to. Every boy in the whole world could be yours. Stop giving me little guys. Touch. 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 Thank you. Get a fostered and crated copy of a random dog in the yard. I can do talking heads. Smooch. This is not my beautiful wife. That's not the dog I intended to drop it on, but okay. Yeah. Fine. When timid dogs under 10 remain airborne for 3 seconds, they're promoted. I can't spend a single dollar. Yeah. I'll be there soon, TM. There we go. What have I done? See where this little bean ends up. When you draw a sleepy dog, get 2 fostered copies with extra good. When you draw a hand, if you have 3 of the same dogs in the yard, merge them. I want that, but I do not have enough. Oh, come on, pug. There we go. Now kiss. $50 bones when you play a trainer card. When you draw a dog with 3+ traits, you remove them and promote it. Well, I guess I could have gotten some of those free dogs, but whatever. Hell yeah, it does. Ugh. I was playing their solitaire game for a while. Yes, it is. I played the solitaire one that came out somewhat recently for a while, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Because it was the type of solitaire that's kind of like, there's clearly a way, an order the game wants you to pick cards, and if you do it wrong, then you get fucked. I was gonna say, excuse you, why does my dog not have sunglasses on? Because it has fleas. That's why. When you draw a card with fleas, replace fleas with extra good. Barks are stronger. Yeah. I know I'm being annoying with the music now. Oh, come on. Fucking triangular ass dogs not touching each other. I'm in that mood of... I don't know, it just has to be certain... Oh, okay, okay. Who wants cheese? You do. Okay, thanks for fucking that up for me. Dude, chill. Rip. That was a shockingly deep bark for... Okay. Yeah, I know. You're upset. I know, you're still upset. Rip. Alright. That is going to be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, sometime between 10 and 11. Not sure what I'll be working on. I'll see what I feel like. I do want to do an art stream soon, TM. I just haven't been feeling up to it, so haven't been. But we'll see how I feel tomorrow. Alright, let me see who I want to raid. Jimpoo. Alright, I hope everybody has a good rest of their day. Hamlin, I hope your work shit goes by quickly. Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. A little bit of a bummer that we hit crashes and bugs and whatever, but it's fine. That's, you know, newly launched and early access games, that's gonna happen. But I'll be back tomorrow with some shit, and it'll be a good time. So I will see everybody then.